Would be boring novels. Half of them were related to day-to-day experiences in school. I mean, Diary of a Wimpy Kid made a shitload of money. Boom, roasted. Sorry. Oh, yeah, yeah. I guess this is Spider-Man colors. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, I got this shirt at Value Village a couple weeks ago. Nothing like a good weenie roast. Spider-Man was good. Yeah, solid film. I didn't catch either of the two middle films, but someone like caught me up on the general plot. And yeah, yeah, it was good. Definitely some like emotional moments, you know, like eyes watered a bit. It was solid. But okay, so we are live on the Twitter and YouTube. Let me recap what our plans for the day are. I think we finally stabilized our turbo stream. We'll take a look at it, you know, like I'll show you some of the stuff. You know, memory has increased, but it's stable now. So I'm okay with that. CPU usage does spike here and there, but it's better than when it was like pegged doing like during the catch up. And yeah, the optimizations we did for that part, like the CPU part of, you know, Masijo, was massively necessary. But yeah, honestly, the memory should not be that high on Masijo, right? Like Turbo Stream, I could see it, but for Masijo, that seems off. It's most likely due to the ETS stuff, and we're not releasing the ETS like storage over time, which is fine for now, right? Because just the amount of users we have, the amount of like keywords we have isn't, you know, isn't that much of a problem. But it could become one as we, you know, grow and scale. We're going to need more RAM, right? Going to need a bigger boat. I think we'll still be able to get away with keeping Masijo on basically just one machine at a time, though, for quite a while, right? We can just keep scaling up that one machine. At least for a while. So, yeah, anyway, we did that. We should keep working on our MCP talk, because that's important. And yeah, needing to scale is a good problem to have, for sure. But yeah. So yes, and then we have some other stuff we want to work on. I have thoughts. So I think eventually I want to try and maybe do the Theo style thing where we'll like record a video or two here on stream. We're not going to do it nearly at like the level Theo does on his like, you know, Wednesdays where it's like the entire time is just recording videos. But I will have videos I want to record from time to time. Bare minimum, I think just like the better experience for me to record these things is OBS still. And there is a plugin, and in fact, yeah, let's just switch over.
Talk to the hand.
There is a plugin called Source Record OBS. And it's pretty cool. It's made by a very prominent dev in the OBS space, which is awesome. But the known issue, encoder NVENC or NVENC new is not working or taking output. Use another encoder. And audio crackling, use different audio and select an audio track. It would be nice to be able to fix that. How would we do that? Well, we'd have to do it on a Windows machine. And I'd need to set up, I think I have like a bullshitty webcam I could do it with, which would be fine. But yeah, just the idea that I would love to be able to record like separate sources and then be able to composite them better instead of like, I don't know. Like here, if I just did the video recording, but I still had chat like this big, it wouldn't be great for like cropping and turning into like TikTok stuff or whatever, or Instagram or whatever. I would want to fix that, but if we could just record the screen separately from the video into separate video clips that are synced, then I could bring that into my editing and it would be super easy. And that's kind of something I really want to do. This theoretically does that, but I wouldn't be able to use the new encoder, and that would be an issue. So it means that, like, I could change encoder and do a bunch of other things, but then that would maybe sacrifice CPU on my my stream machine, which wouldn't be the end of the world. But what if we could fix it? And when was the latest update? So yeah, this is like something I kind of want to like fiddle with just cuz. But we don't have a good way of like testing and validating it, right? So I'd have to do it on Windows. And that becomes trickier. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, we got projects to work on. Let me get more music going. And let's look at where we are at with some other stuff. I do still think what we could maybe do, right? We could like pull this down. We could do our own build. Oh, I think a big part would be I might need to update my OBS. Because what version am I on here? Oh, I'm on 31. Okay. Nah, that'd be fine. For some reason, I thought I was way more out of date. Right? Like, minimum here is just 36. So, interesting. What Mac OS version do I have? I can't remember if doing about this Mac and showing that like serial key is something you shouldn't do. So we'll wait on that. But this is just like a thought that we're having. We're not necessarily going to move on this implementation yet, but this is maybe a project for sometime during the week. Yeah, I don't know. Might be a project for just while we're on chill stream. But the gaming PC would be a good place to do that dev. Right? But I've never set up a dev environment. Or not never. It's been over a decade since I've set up a dev environment on a Windows PC. What would we do to fix that? Like, what would be the right way to set that up? And technically, yeah, we'd have to do it for Windows. What would be the requirements for building? Visual Studio? Oof. Git for Windows makes sense. CMake makes sense. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But back to the stuff that we're actually working on. So here we go. We see that we're caught up, and our source lag sits around just a single second, which is perfectly fine. So if we can just maintain full, message parity with baseline 2, we can see that baseline 1 is actually having some issues. But it looks like it's fine now. Yeah, we keep seeing issues with baseline 1's transport. Over the past 24 hours, we have seen some issues with Masijo's transport as well, though. Right? Like our uptime's only at 96%. What I want to do is I want to reset that real quick. Keep doing it. All right, so we start completely fresh. And we'll see what our uptime is for transport and delivery. Because those are the numbers that really, really matter. Well, I mean, no, they all matter. But my goal is to get 99.999. This is a Mac Mini. How do I close it? I think I would break it if I tried to fold it. But that's not closing a Mac Mini. It's still open and idle. These words, I don't think they mean what you think they mean. Well, is it a metaphor or is it a simile? You just use the word like. I think that makes it a simile. How's it going, Ivan? All right, so yeah, let's keep going. I'd say we get back into the MCP servers here, but we also want to cancel this and keep this going because we were using Sol and we were waiting on a reset. Right? Or technically just, you know, the week to roll over. So now we're good there. Wait, weekly usage resets August 23rd? What? So now we gotta, like, hammer on this. Speaking of the food I talked about earlier. I mean, that could have just been mozzarella. Dude, the fake chocolate. That's gnarly. Oh, that one's crazy. I mean, it's more like the difference between fake food and cheap food, but also some of that shit could easily be AI. I don't know. But yes, it's definitely a difference between like buying good stuff and like the absolute cheapest thing you can. I mean, I just want to say though, if you're doing cheesy broccoli and you're using American cheese, you're already fucking up. You know? But yeah, like that lemon that she showed, dude, that happens in real life. That happens in nature. Like some of those things, it's not like we genetically modified it to do that. It genetically modified itself to do that. That's just called mutation. All right, so we just got to where to find MCP servers. Cool. Throw that out there. And then let's do this. We call it cover background. Let's just try brand 4. Sure. Right, so we should do that for like all the sections. Our MCP server's dead. Not dead. Why the clickbait title? Skills don't equal MCP. Right, I'll go into a little bit of that, but be like, hey, we're going to talk about it more. Right, so yeah, I think this first section, we could maybe make this a thing. What if I pull out the what is an MCP server into a separate slide? I think that might be a good move. Right? Like, we don't need to jam everything into the same place. Because I do like the idea of using like the Get Kraken kind of branding stuff. What's up, Craggle? I'm just saying, like, where'd that comment come from? In general, when you're making like a weird, trolly, sarcastic comment, you should probably use a kappa. Okay. All right, so we start out with the whole MCP versus skills. So yeah, in like the MCP versus skills section, right? Like, why the debate? I think we want to have right. So then from here, right? MCP pollutes the context window. That's a valid MCP criticism. Right? For skills, the metadata and description are the only thing automatically in context. So then, yeah, if we do something like that, and let's skip forward. Yeah, okay, right. So, you build with MCP extensively, and it's great, but there are things people need to understand about them. One thing to really think about is MCP tool sprawl. There are limits to how many tools are available and or useful. What happens when you have multiple similarly named tools? Could be for GitHub, GitLab, Zendesk, you name it. Yeah, sure. Technically, the tools have descriptions though, and the description is still used by the the agent, right? But yes, I understand that, Krager. The whole point we're trying to make is that some of the criticisms are valid and some are not. But yeah, compared to a skill only loads in the metadata and the description, whereas the entire tool from MCP is loaded in, and all of the tools you have enabled are loaded in, right? Technically, clients have the ability to dynamically discover tools. Most clients are just too lazy to implement that functionality, though, right? There is a tools update event over JSON RPC that they could make use of, but most don't even listen to it. So yeah, MCP pollutes the context window. Maybe. I'd love to see some stats on that. So then, yeah, I kind of like these things right here. Right, we're going to do this as like a pattern. So then, valid MCP criticism. Nope, that part's actually correct. One second. And I guess here's my question, right? So maybe that reliability drops off for MCP tools, but is it the same with skills? As far as like automatically calling skills and not you calling the skill directly? I would bet that the confusion between skill naming would be similar, right? Like a similar fall off. So I guess that's my main point. Like, is that a criticism between MCP and skills, or is it a problem that they both exhibit? I will say I hate AI generated blog images, but whatever. And what up? How you doing? I'm trying to remember what the S1 stands for. Simon? I don't think it's Sean. Okay, cool. Just double checking. Are you still working on, what was it, Peanut? Or Nut? I think it was just called Nut, not Peanut.
Anybody want a peanut?
Like, I can't do Andre the Giant's voice, but for some reason I think of that. There you go. Hell yeah. Do y'all actually, like, update this benchmark, though? Yeah, crazy to think that, like, the models you're testing aren't even that old, really. Like, dude, it's just, like, what, 4 months ago? 5 months ago. Yeah, it's crazy how fast things are moving. But yeah, Krager, I would still, like, I would wonder how this same degradation happens with skills, especially of similar names. So yeah, if you guys do end up, like, rerunning it and updating results based on new models, etc., I think that would be a good, like, V2 like thing as well, like show skills that are similarly named. Does it pick the right one? So yeah, I may reference that. Is that okay if I reference it in my CYC talk? Like, no guarantee. Thank you. All right, so yeah, let's look back at some of this stuff we're doing, right? So MCP pollutes the context window. They do the same thing, partially true. Um, right? Right? Boom, partially true. Standard IO MCP servers are the simplest to convert to a skill that calls a CLI. HTTP, MCP, less so. Something like that, right? So then the next step. Oh, wrong part. Didn't mean to copy that. Wanted to paste over it. Um, and yeah, maybe this one doesn't do this. Right? Okay. Sure, right? So we've done, right, more space and context. They overlap. So yeah, maybe we do that. Right? So yeah, HTTP MCP servers are trickier to convert to a skill because MCP has a specification for handling auth and other elicitations. HTTP MCP servers are just REST API wrappers. For this one, There are a lot of lazy HTTP MCP servers out there that just rep REST APIs. But why is that bad? Let me get more music going, though. Let's try and switch it up and make sure we play different albums than yesterday, right? And what's up, Zachary? How you doing? Am I writing slides by hand? Yeah, I use a tool called SlideEv that turns Markdown into a slide presentation. I wouldn't dream of using AI to write slides. Like, if a human's meant to consume it, a human should write it. And when you're building your slides yourself, you actually remember the content. Your CEO is way too far off that train? Yeah, but how fun are his presentations? They suck, right? And he barely knows the content, right? Yep, exactly. You use AI to make your thoughts look decent. But couldn't you do that? You try so hard to beat the Claude out of the writing? Yeah, you know how you can avoid having to like go through that effort? Write the thing in the first place. It's funny to me that we see these tweets like, "Oh my god, how do you expect people to write 10-page papers by hand overnight? We've been doing it. I have written 10-page papers the night before it was due. That was called school." Like, Jesus. That was just called school. You know? I've been training my entire life for this moment. Design-wise, Claude is far better than you at making a deck look pretty. I mean, honestly, making a deck look pretty is pretty simple. Like, you know, don't try to French it up, dirt. Your slides should actually be pretty bare bones. You don't want people staring at the slides and ignoring the words that are coming out of your mouth. You want something that they can read and then listen to what you're saying about it. Like, too many people jam way too much shit on slides. Now, there is an edge case to that. Sometimes your slide deck is like a deliverable of a separate kind for like investors and things like that. I personally think you should be doing a different slide deck if it's for a handoff versus something that you're going to be doing in person. I think they are fundamentally two different like mediums at that point. One is you being the content, and the other is the slide deck being the content. They're just fundamentally different. And that's fine. But what I'm saying is, if you're doing these slide decks as just like a deliverable, then sure. But if you're ever presenting it, you should have a better version that you present. Your deck needs to be able to land the meeting. So yeah, that gets you the meeting, but you shouldn't be regurgitating the slide deck in the meeting, right? You shouldn't use the same slide deck. Right? It could have the same structure, but it probably shouldn't be the same slides. So yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, no, I think you're the only one that has that aversion to the word content. That's a weird fucking hill to die on. Yeah, that's my point. Like, dude, templates. And that's the whole thing. Like, I'm just using layouts that are defined in my theme, and I'm not having to think about, crazy layout too much. We do some, you know. Okay, so yeah, I did some HTML for this part. Whatever. It's really not that tough. Yeah, I think it depends on the investors. If you're building an AI company, then yes, you're probably having investors that are okay with AI. But there's some other investors that would be turned off immediately seeing AI generated slides. Like, obviously, AI generated slides. Like, AI generated images. In my opinion, generic stock photos from Unsplash are infinitely better than some AI generated bullshit. Like, no offense to the blog post you posted. I hate the cover image. Some people don't, though. So it depends on your target audience. But even some of the people who are whole hog into the AI space, right? Like Reese Sullivan, who's doing the whole executor or executor or however you pronounce it, like startup thing. He's super deep in the AI space. But he still had a post. If I see an AI generated image at the top of your blog post, I already assume the rest of it is slop. Well, I mean, no offense. What is this image saying? Right? Too many tools for the robot. I don't think the robot was necessary. And a pile of tools would have done just fine. Boom. Done. Easy. AI images is the strongest feature? No, it isn't. It really hints to me that you're lazy and you lack imagination. Sorry, surreptitious. I think AI images are one of the worst fucking things. When I see AI images in anything, I am immediately suspecting it. Yeah, I fucking hate them. They're awful, dude. And you could just get a photo. Boom, done, easy. This could have been your cover image. You don't need the robot in the image. It's the whole problem is too many tools. Okay. Yeah, there's so many images. There's too many. And hold on, what's up, Zachary? What are you talking about there? The reason people use the word content creator. Okay, so is that why you're pushing back? Can't help alias content creator to Instagram poster to ease your cognitive dissonance. Okay. So that's like a really narrow definition of the word content. In this case, content creator is a broad topic. Right? Like if you think about taxonomies or hierarchies, you know, it's like a genus and then there's species within it. Does that help? Or technically there's families and then species within it. To hate on a taxonomy is weird. How do I feel about generated infographic type images? In general, I'm not a fan. I think they can be okay. AI images have a low floor and a high ceiling. I disagree. I think the ceiling is actually incredibly low. An AI image signals intent, and it signals effort. No matter what, AI images are very low effort. Right? Going through and curating and picking the right Unsplash image is far more effort than some bullshit prompt, you know? Right? Like intent and effort signaling has a lot of value. Right? Especially for writing. So I'm going to do this, right? Given the AI image, how do we think it's going to score on Pangram? Oh, and I keep doing .ai. Wait, why does it require that much? Let me just do this. We can get rid of the table stuff. Sure. I still want to see like using AI for the cleanup. Like what does that do? And no offense, like, you know, not trying to judge. Nope. I keep doing that. I think you could have just not used AI for cleaning up the wording. right? AI butchered your human intent. But if you're an AI company, maybe it's fine. You know, it depends on your target audience. Me personally, I fucking hate reading AI writing. Oh, I pulled out the benchmarks. No, the benchmarks aren't even part of the content anymore. I pulled out the table data because I needed to fit within the credits that we had. I mean, Uku, you can do that inside of a sandbox and it's fine. But again, I'm not trying to like criticize. I do think it is an interesting analysis. But when you say cleaned up the phrasing, I don't think you cleaned it up. I think you made it worse. But that's just me and my opinion. That's just like my opinion, man. And yes, I am unique in that way at our company. At Get Kraken, I think I'm the only person writing blog posts by hand still. But I like my blog posts more. I might have a bias. No, and I totally get it, man. I believe you that you totally did write it from the start, but by passing it through the AI filter, I think you made it worse. You know, it's okay to have somewhat ambiguous phrasing or to make mistakes, have a typo, you know? That's fine. I think that's totally okay. Try it, Uku. Try it and then paste it into Pangram. You can test out Pangram yourself right now. It's actually really simple. Oop. Sign up for it yourself. See if you can trick the thing. But at the end of the day, it comes down to intent. If your intent is to mislead, that's pretty gross. Why not just write the content? Why are you so fucking lazy? You know? If your intent is to mislead, that's super fucking gross. Either own the fact that AI wrote it, or write it yourself. Anything else is underhanded. No, Krager, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I'm not trying to roast you at all. I think some of these days it's really worth discussing these things, right? Sure, Uku, all the world's a stage, and yeah, a lot of the people that say that fucking suck. Right? Engagement baiting on Twitter. The people that do that fucking suck. At least in the moment that they do it. Oh, yeah. AI wrote the email. You know, I used AI to take this, like, bullet point and turn it into an email. I used AI to take this super long email and turn it into a bullet point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Uku, it comes back to the idea of intent. What is your intent with any piece? Is it to rile people up? That's a dick maneuver. Right? If your intent is to mislead someone, that's a dick maneuver. You know? Pointless formalities? I think decorum and authenticity and some of these formalities are actually valuable. Without them, it just becomes the same old drivel. Does this apply at work? Yeah, for sure. Now, keep in mind, it depends. Are you generating like a PRD? I think PRDs can be AI generated. I think that's fine. As long as you own it. Sure. Oh, I get it, Zachary. Why can't they send the bullet point? Because the intent was to mislead. It's disingenuous. I think at some point the ethics of AI usage is a valuable discussion. Too many people want to take the shortcut. We've had it here in stream since before AI. Hey, what's the shortcut to become a software dev? There is no shortcut. Any shortcut just becomes the way. There is no secret magic sauce. We've been dealing with it with SEO for like almost 2 decades now at this point. Oh yeah, is there some like secret thing I can do to like, jump up in the SEO against my competitor? Yeah, make good content. I know, crazy, right? There's snake oil salesmen, there's unethical people, there is just shitty people in the world. It is our job to not be them, to not sink to their level. It's the only thing you can do, right? Just because you see them being successful with their shitty tactics, doesn't matter. You know that you're not as shitty as them. Backlinks have value, but good content has more value. Good content has way more value. Write about the things that people want to click when they search for things. Target keywords, that's a thing, sure, but don't keyword stuff. Right? Targeting a keyword versus keyword stuffing. They are fundamentally 2 different things, but they are at least like optimizing, but it's still just write good content. Write interesting content that people post around as links for other people to read. That's how you jump up in SEO. Have the link that people actually want to click in the fucking Google results of bullshit. Depends on your target audience. We're coming right back to target audience stuff. Are you writing content for idiots? Well, then, yeah, go for it. Who cares? Are you writing content for a technical audience? Then don't do shitty clickbaity bullshit. I say this all the time. I really think software dev in general, and, kind of like even society, but society's always been this way. But software dev in general lost the plot when too many like popular people started adopting it as a career just for the sake of money, right? Like people that weren't outcasts in high school, people that weren't, nerds, people that weren't fucking goths or like, like the fringe. The fringe was always the thing that drove software development. And that's when like software development was in its golden age. Now, we get too many people that just think like, you know, I'm like trying to like phrase this better because I'm still like coming up with the ideas. We've talked about it in the past. In general, right? I was a Korn kid. I listened to Tool. Tool has a song in which they repeat the line, think for yourself, question authority. Think for yourself, question authority. Right? Getting on to TRL was never the goal. The songs of the bands I liked that made it onto TRL, boy, they sucked. Like, ugh. Freak on a Leash? Yeah, that's when I stopped listening to Korn. Ew. Ew. So yeah, like, there's something about just like the counterculture. Programming used to be a counterculture activity. And now it's mainstream culture. And I think that has had, like, for the past 15 years, knock-on effects. Yep, and I get that. I totally get it. But yeah, the mainstreamification of programming and software development has actually had really negative impacts. I'm not saying people shouldn't be software devs. Fuck yeah, why not? But they've brought the bullshit high school mentality into that world. Yeah, right? Philip K. Dick, Kurt Vonnegut. Dude, Kurt Vonnegut was writing about mooks and midriffs back in the 60s. I think even late 50s. It's not a new thing. But the mooks and midriffs have made it into software development now. But okay, so why that's bad. This blog post, I think, has a lot of value. And yeah, I love a good rant. It's part of my favorite part of streaming. Because it's not just that I get to rant, I get to refine my rant. You know, like I get to rant and then improve the rant. Right? We're sharpening it on the whetstone. First, you wet the stone. That's the hard part. Then, you take the knife and slide it at a 45-degree angle along the stone, down the stone, into the meat of the palm. Is that a rabbit over there? Anyone remember the movie? Come on. Someone's got to remember the movie. I know I messed up the quote just slightly, but the gist was there. And yeah, Gillen, exactly. Yeah, the mainstreamification of a lot of things fucks it up. Pokemon cards. The scalping has ruined the fucking hobby. Same with Magic the Gathering. Same with all sorts of shit, man. And it's not bad that more people get into it. It's bad that, like, the shitty people get into it. More people is better. But with that more people comes more of the shitty people. And that's a bummer. Yeah, gaming going mainstream. For sure, man. You know, you could just look at the evolution of the Elder Scrolls series. Morrowind is gold. Right? Like, Morrowind is fucking gold. And then they mainstreamified it to where everything's just, follow the pointer. And I'm finding that actually really refreshing in Hell Is Us. All you get is a compass. There's no map markers, you know? Like, it's really refreshing, actually. Yeah, like the lowest common denominator stuff, for sure. But then, hold on. How many years until we can run GPT-5 level models locally? Well, hold on. All right, so we got Quen 3.8, 5.5's in there. Where is 5.5? Am I just missing it? I don't see 5.5 in the list. Thought we added 5.5. Yeah, we see... Okay, let's do just regular. I think Pro is less shown. All right, so 5.5 extra high. Yeah, Muse Spark and DeepSeek V4 Pro. I think you can run V4 Pro locally. I'm pretty sure you can run DeepSeek V4 Flash locally. Yeah, dude. So what the fuck are you talking about? We're already there, dude. Right? Quen 3.8, 27B. We're already there, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Quen 3.8, 27B is definitely not super, super fast. And one thing to remember, right? That was the coding index. As far as just general intelligence, 5.5 is still pretty damn high, right? At 56 compared to only a 53 or a 52, right? So it's not like perfect parity, but Muse Spark 1.2, well, hold on. How big is Muse Spark? Okay. So Muse Spark itself is not hostable, but Muse Spark Glimmer is. But Muse Spark Glimmer does not perform nearly as well, right? I think that's it. Yeah, so Muse Glimmer, not quite as good. Yeah, still interesting though. But yeah, DeepSeek V4 Flash, you can run that on hardware, right? On consumer hardware. Oh, but it is kind of big. So yeah, I think there are some quantized versions that are locally run or runnable. The anti-res guy. Right? DS4. So yeah, you would need 96 gigs of RAM or more. But you can do SSD streaming. Looks totally doable. But yeah, not necessarily as small as like Quen 3.8. But Quen 3.8, hold on. Let's double check. Quen 3.8, 27B. Outscores GPT-5.5. Now, it is a slow model, though. So they're saying recommended 24 gigs of RAM, totally doable. But how many tokens per second? That's really not terrible. But right, 64 gigs, 3090. So the 3090 is doing some heavy work there. I'd be curious if we could see some like Mac hardware results. So M5 Max sitting at 20 to 25, and then up around 200K context, it goes down to 10 to 15. Still not terrible, but that is an M5 Max 128. The problem is that the RAM is not like nearly as fast as the RAM on a proper GPU, right? Now, I haven't done any training myself. Now, I will say, I think there is one really good use case for AI images. Oh, why did they say Apple was fucked? I think mainly because the amount of RAM provided is only 64 gig and it's slow RAM. So M1 Max 64 gig, they are fucked, right? I don't know. This person's definitely like hyperbolic. Let me get more music going though. And yeah, the rants are fun. I enjoy the ranting. But we should continue working while we rant, right? It's like whistle while you work. Work while you rant. I am a little bummed that no one got the the whetstone sharpening the knife reference. That makes me sad. Anyone else want to give their hand a try at guessing the reference? Today I'm going to teach you how to sharpen a knife. Here's the whetstone. And the first part, you got to wet the stone. There you go, Ian. Ian knew. Ian fucking knew immediately. Yeah. That's the hard part, right? Wetting the stone. Then you take the knife at a firm and even AI angle, or not AI angle, I was just reading, my brain does that. A firm and even angle sliding down the whetstone into the meat of the palm. What's that over there? Like, dude, I love that movie so much. Never do this to a family of badgers. Like, dude, it's such a classic film. I think I've found the secret ingredient to eggs erroneous. Like, dude, there's too many lines. And there's even a song, right? Ernest even sings, and I love that song. I think I want to do a cover at some point. That would be pretty fun. Sure, I'm glad it's raining. All right, so yeah, why that's bad. What we want to do here, and do I still have the link? Yeah, so stop converting the AI bullshit. Your auto-generated MCP is bad, and you should feel bad. I love that. I love that. So yeah, what we want to do is grab these images, convert them. Yeah, so that's that one. MCP rest MCP. That's going to go as an image. Right, so then next page. I probably want to screenshot this. Oh, 1 second, Mr. Ninja. That seems like some drive-by spam of some kind. Yeah, so good job, Nightbot. I'm tempted to just do like an immediate ban. How new is the account? It's not that new. Does seem pretty spammy though. All right, so then, yeah, we're gonna do another layout here. And this one. Right, we're gonna call that fast MCP, but it needs to live in public because we're doing it as a background image. So then, yeah, the name of it is just fastmcp.png. So hold on. I'm going to crop it just a little bit so it fits better. Is there an easy way to do that? Yeah, just size? That's not quite what I wanted. No, I don't care about the levels. I do wish there was an easier way of just cropping using preview. Like, they could kill a whole suite of tools real quick. They just made this experience a little better. But instead, we can just take another screenshot and make it a little better. Oh. All right, let's see how that came out. Perfect. Yeah, good enough for me. All right, I just wanted to get like the header in there. Right? So yeah, this thing made by the people that made this thing, right? So they know something about what they're talking about. And the whole idea is that when you're doing an MCP generated server, it's good for experimentation and maybe understanding what tools the AI wants to use, but you should be like bundling the multiple tool calls that it would do via the API into very specific flows. Right? Like, sure, you submitted one thing, but really like for Masijo, the thing that we're building, would you just want to create a keyword, or would you want to create the or like attach the notifications for it in a single flow? Could you make an MCP tool that does that like request response orchestration for the agent in just one tool call, rather than having a bunch of extra tools that pollute the context, right? And expecting it to know what that like flow should be. No, you should have like a more curated tool that does the things that are actually useful. And I'm explaining it here just because like I need to have this internalized. And it's part of the whole reason why I'm building slides like this. You know? Why I'm not just turning AI loose on building my slides. Because I need to understand this enough to actually talk about it. So part of that process is actually being in the loop of the creation process too. So yeah, we showed that. Yeah. So then the next slide after that would be back to maybe this format. Right? And then, yes, very true for V1 of the MCP spec. So then from there, that kind of gets us to the next section that would be like this section. And calling it V2, I think is maybe incorrect. I know ACP is working on like a proper V2, but the current spec for MCP, I don't think is versioned that way. It was just like an amendment to what's there. But let's do more of this. And yeah, what's everyone up to this weekend? Anything fun? It's finally like cooling off here in Washington. It's only 78 degrees in this room, which means it's probably like 75 outside. Maybe even lower. God, it's so much nicer. I have a decision tonight to make. I have some steaks I need to vacuum seal, no matter what. Do I cook a steak tonight? Or do I do Indian food? How should I cook the steak? Oh, I've got the style of how I like to cook the steaks. In general, if it's coming out of frozen, I'll put it in the sous vide, get it up to temp, and then sear. If it's just from like already thawed or raw, I'll just sear it. I don't mind a bit of a blue steak. I don't have an air fryer, but also, I like the searing in a cast iron with butter approach. Yeah, the sous vide is just, it's next level. It's so worth it. But what's everyone else eating for dinner this weekend? Any plans? Any fun stuff? I had some sushi yesterday. I haven't had sushi in months. Since Cascadia. Your wife made meatloaf. Ooh. You're coming over for the steak, though. I mean, meatloaf is just ground up steak. No dinner plans, snacking randomly. Nice. I'm down to like 185-ish from the 198 that I was at my peak. So I'm working on it. The caloric restriction and not drinking here on stream is definitely paying off. My ideal weight is down around like 155 though, so we got a ways to go. And I will most likely not hit that for a while if we're continuing the pace. But I do want to say like the whole like putting in effort for the weight loss thing, we've only been at it for like a month and a half. So I'd say like, 12-ish pounds over a month and a half. I consider that pretty sustainable. It does mean, like, the way that I do the caloric restriction is I only eat once a day. And then when I do eat that once a day, well, yes, some of these nights it's just been salad and fish. And by salad, I just mean the greens. I don't do dressing. I do have a little hack of a dressing though. When I'm doing something that I think complements it. So you do just like ground ginger, right? Well, you rinse the greens first, whatever you're eating. I do the power greens, but whatever. Super greens, I think they call it. You rinse them, and then with the residual water, after like lightly draining, you sprinkle on ginger powder, like powdered ginger, salt and pepper, and then just toss it up. It is a solid mock dressing. And it tastes, especially with the salt, a little better than just like the raw veg. Let's double check if they're actually calling this V2. I don't think they're actually calling it V2, right? Yeah, it's just like versioned based on date instead. Right? So V1 versus 2, not technically accurate since the spec is date versioned, right? And then we want to at least like list the important changes. Now hold on. All right, so then back to this part. Oh 0708. Let's see how that looks. So yeah, then for the rest of the talk, I'll just refer to them as like V1, V2, or I'll just call like, the newest one the latest version. But I think that would still be like useful for people understanding this. All right, so then yeah, so we want to sum this up into like a good chunk of slides. I think stateful stateless is maybe a good title for the next one. Oop. What? Oh, I need to do the shift and alt in a different order. Yeah. Okay, so then all right, stateful versus stateless by default. Right? Okay. Multi-round trip requests. I think that's another good section or like slide of its own. Yeah, like we can keep chatting. Just because I'm working on stuff doesn't mean like we gotta like stop the conversation. This doesn't need to be done for like, dude, like 2 weeks. Like a little under 2 weeks. We'll call it like 10 days. We got plenty of time. I'm not in any rush to finish this. Shit. And then hold on, I do want to check one thing. Has Olama added any new models? No, Quen 3.8, sure. Yep, Gimme K3 probably still requires the extra tokens. Oh? Looks like they might not require extra tokens anymore. I think I removed this one. Now, it'll probably burn through tokens. But let's just see. Oh. Okay. So now we get K3 access. That is awesome. I am super glad they lifted that restriction. Good job, Olama. Now here's the next question. How much of our usage did that burn? Okay. Okay. So theoretically, I could cancel my Open Code Go subscription again because, you know, it'll be well, it's only 5 days before I can use it again. So I'll at least burn it for something. Okay. Good to know. The Minimax. I should probably cancel the Minimax. I've been meaning to cancel the Google. Alright, so I'm spending more than I should. At the moment, my AI spend is only about $50 a month for things I actually use. And then, yeah, there's like another 40 that I'm burning that I probably don't need. Thing is, I am expecting Minimax to come out with a new model sometime soon, and I bet that it's going to be pretty good, and their usage is really permissive. Like, you get a lot of usage out of the Minimax plan. But I think, like, the newest one, Ox Alpha, my hunch, that I didn't come up with myself, but I am convinced, I think it is the new Mimo model from Xiaomi. I swear I saw someone else say it's like GLM, but they're just wrong. Yeah, yeah, Ox Alpha. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. They did the tokenizer analysis and concluded that it was GLM. Not me, mo. So I'm not sure, right? Like the way to think about it is, do you think Memo's tokenizer is like kept static? Or do you think they update it? Because even ChatGPT changes their tokenizer like over the course of time. So I don't know if like judging tokenizer is the right approach. Yeah, I don't know. I guess here's the question. Has GLM done the stealth thing in the past? As far as I know, they don't. And Minimax definitely doesn't. But let me get more music on. And yeah, let's switch it up to albums that we don't listen to as much. Oh, I mean, we haven't heard Irving Force for a while. It's a little crunchier, but I think it's worth it. And all right, so back to this part, and we can keep chatting. And hold on, GLM is ZAI, right? Oh, so ZAI does have a pattern for it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, no, that does make sense then. Okay. So yeah, the tokenizer. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, Mimo V2 Pro was one of the stealth ones, but so was GLM5. And I think I didn't realize that GLM did the stealth thing. So it's definitely not going to be Minimax. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I feel like it's doubtful that it would be 10 cents high for because they just haven't had great models in the past. Ooh, maybe it's a router. That could be interesting. And yeah, like mini Macs, like the timing would make sense, but like they don't typically do the stealth thing. And yeah, like GLM typically is text only, which is why I'm leaning more towards Mimo as well. But you know, so yeah, why did they do stealth releases? Unbiased feedback since they can't bring expectations, sure. Infrastructure testing and organic attention. Yeah, weeks of free ad coverage or free coverage with no ad campaign, and then there's like, when it finally releases. So yeah. Yeah, I think the stealth model release thing is actually smart. But okay, back to it. All right, so stateful versus stateless by default, right? Right, and then basically as part of that discussion, I can just simply say like, like if anyone here has tried to do like scaling for a back end, they would know that stateless servers are far easier to scale. Right? This is something that comes up when talking about JWTs versus cookie sessions, right? Or cookie-based sessions. But if you need revocation, your JWTs end up needing a centralized place for that revocation, and you're back to statefulness. Maybe the whole JWT cookie session thing is out of scope. I should probably avoid that. But still, just like making the comment about scaling stateless versus stateful. That's why scaling database systems is much harder than scaling API servers if your API servers are stateless. So then from there, yeah, the MRTR, and we'll flip that around, right? We'll do the proper thing. Right, it's actually going to be that. All right, so let's see how that looks. To the payload. Right, so list results being cacheable. I think I want to constrain this just a little bit. Oh, I keep forgetting that. There we go. Maybe that second paragraph isn't necessary anymore. Yeah, right? That should be the thing I'm describing. Oh, and it's text white. It's not technically Tailwind, but what is the Tailwind class? Like, it's not Tailwind. What's the thing that this is? Slide of styling. Uno CSS. Oh. So it'd be pros white. No? We can hack it that way. I just wanted it like slightly brighter. All right, so yeah, list results are cacheable. And then yeah, authorization. Um, all right, so yeah, servers should return an ISS value and clients must validate it. Right, so with DCR, the OAuth flow could sometimes give a redirect URI error. Another problem with that is that it was basically inside, like, you would have to persist that somewhere a lot more, like, difficult to manage, like in your database. Whereas CIMD is more of like a stateless thing that you just pass around. I'm pretty sure about that. But let's double check that. Yeah, so no server state. All right, so then if we look at what this slide kind of starts to look like. W 60%. MX auto text left. We could actually make this what, like a 30%. Boom, right there in the center. Yeah. So number one, yeah, we need to flip these around. We need more music going. Does this change our formatting at all? Ugh. All right, so Uno CSS. Nope, that was not what I was looking for. All right, Google, help me. White space, no wrap? That's probably what I'm looking for. Hey, right? I'm okay with that. Interesting that it's not left aligned better. But that's because of the wrap. And we could probably fix it like padding wise. Let me double check something. I put it in a div. No, let's just make it an H1. There we go. Shouldn't that be working? Yeah, no. Okay, yep. All right. It's a bit of a hack, but at least it protects that right boundary more. Yep, I like that. All right, so then more changes. All right, so we'll make another slide for more changes there. And what up, Shoal? It wasn't a date. It was just like a dinner, hangout with friends. Like one friend's wife is out of town, so this is like his moment to go see like Marvel movies because she's not a fan. Yeah, no, it was just chill. Yeah, so yeah, the new Spider-Man's good. I will say like the visual effects, they're good, but they're still like I don't know, we still haven't hit the quality of like Jurassic Park back in the day, you know? As far as like how good the CGI dinosaurs looked, like the Brachiosaurus. They do move in herds. I don't know. There's just something crazy about like, yes, we're able to like make movies faster and cheaper now, but the quality is actually regressed. Like it felt more like watching the video game a little bit, which was still cool and it was still good, right? And I don't think it detracts from like the quality of the film. But if I do want to be a little critical, like, yeah, I think some of the effects could have been better. I think it does seem like certain scenes got more effort towards the realism than other scenes. But I also think people are probably less critical of the effects in something like a Marvel movie versus something else that's meant to be like more grounded and more real. Like in a Marvel movie, you're watching a comic book. Like that suspension of disbelief is given more leeway. Still a great film though. Yeah, heavily enjoyed it. I haven't seen the two middle ones though. Like I didn't see the one with Mysterio, and I didn't see the one after that. But someone did catch me up on the plot like points, so that was good. All right, so then yeah, our next step, I'm gonna do another one of these like section cards. Can be sipped. I think we meant shipped, but yeah. Just double checking like where we're leaving off. Yeah, I'll just call this like other new things. I'm okay with that title. So this one's probably just going to be statement. Right? HTML, JS, CSS shipped over the wire or over JSON RPC. And then, yeah, we can just move straight into notable MCP apps. And maybe that goes back to kind of like this structure where we had like the subheading stuff. But let's get more music going. And yeah, this album's good. Yeah, we haven't listened to this one in ages. Artemis Gordon. All right, so then back down to where we're at here, that part. Oh, interesting. I haven't done that before. That was a cool feature. Notable. Does I say you have a problem with the cobble? Anyone know the reference there? Come on, someone's got to know the movie reference. Yeah, I've got one banked reset now, and it resets tomorrow too. So don't use it too quick. So now you're just using extra high fast. There you go. But yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, you should probably come up with the thing you want to make an emote of first before you redeem the thing. All right. Well, just let me know when you're ready and give us a link. You know, you can send the image to me in Discord. You can send a link to like an Imager link here. Totally up to you. But we do want to take a screenshot. And yeah, for anyone who didn't get the Cobble reference, Big Lebowski. It's from the scene where they're showing the porno that Bunny was in. And it's got the nihilist guy. Yep, there is a Starbucks plugin. All right, well, one sec. Yes, it can. But with caveats. But yeah, MCP apps are cool. Like, try it out right now. You do have to install the plugin, but try it out. It's maybe not the best experience in the world yet, but people need to use this stuff and give feedback. I think it's just funny that like the entire world expects everything to work perfectly right off the bat. And hold on. All right, so we don't have the word crazy replaced just yet. All right, so it should work. There we go. Where'd you get the coconuts? I found them in England. Does the swallow not fly south for the winter? Are you saying a swallow carried them? It could grasp it by the husk. It's not a matter of where it grasps it. A 1-ounce swallow can't carry a 2-pound coconut. It's against the laws of physics. Yep. You should check it out. I mean, that would also be against the laws of physics. Right? In the same way that King Kong is against the laws of physics. Right? A creature that big couldn't exist with that structure. Not YouTube. What is it with like regulars and them all of a sudden being surprised at the amount of tabs or windows? Like, I don't understand it. It's not like this is a new thing. It shouldn't. If it shocks you, your understanding of computers is heavily flawed. Yeah, disk swapping, right? Chrome has the ability to sleep tabs. Windows also does disk caching. Chrome on Windows will sleep tabs if you have that thing turned on. It's totally fine. Like, your understanding of how computers works. Like, I just don't understand how regulars are just now noticing this. It's never been different than this on this stream ever that you've been here. For a brand new person, maybe I would get it. But how is it that people who've been here dozens, maybe hundreds of times are just now noticing that? Okay. Ooh, wait. Why is that so big? Oh, because we left it fact instead of state. No, I don't like vertical tabs, right? It's the problem I have with Firefox, right? Firefox allows you to scroll horizontally with your tabs, but the moment it's outside of what you actually see, it's gone. It's like a bookmark. Meanwhile, I know, and I have a bound, that when I start losing tabs, right, they no longer show up in this list, right? And look at how many we can do. When they stop showing up in the list, well, okay, now I got a thing I need to fix. Without that boundary, you know, the tab is out of sight, out of mind, and you'll never look at it again. But it does just really annoy me when regulars bring that up. Like, it annoys me a little bit when someone brand new does. It annoys me way more when a regular does. Like, it's such a lazy fucking comment. You know? All right, so yeah, let's double check the West Boss post. Maybe just the criticism post. I wish they would both play side by side. All right, so then, yeah, after that part, we'll call this image, and we'll paste this to public, because that's where it has to live. Oh. If we're doing an image background. Oh, and wait. Starbucks MCP hate is what we called it. Perfect. Yep, that one fits just right. Right. So I think a big thing here is that this dude, number one, ChatGPT failed him in not calling the plugin appropriately. Number two, he didn't grant the GPT plugin his location, whereas his Starbucks app already had his location. So it's not even like a fair apples to apples comparison. He knew exactly where the thing he wanted to order was in the menu for Starbucks. Not everyone does. Not everyone wants to install some app onto their phone. If it could just live in ChatGPT, that actually sounds way better to me. You know, less data that you got to give to Starbucks. So yeah, I don't know. I think the MCP hate, like MCP app hate, is unfounded. But yeah, let's do another app. And we should get the Tubi plugin going. All right, that's going to go in images. So yeah, Tubi MCP. It should have been Tubi plugin, actually. Just to keep it consistent. But oh yeah, this is definitely the last song on the album, right? Definitely sounds like it. What should we get going instead? Ooh, this album's good, if a little short. All right, so then let's see how that slide starts to look. Yep. So yeah, I like that. I feel like it looks pretty solid by comparison. And then, of course, yeah, we're going to shill the Get Crackin' one. And probably do a few more extra slides for it. Let's see if that fits right. It's probably not going to fit right, but I think it's fine. Get crackin' MCP. Oop. Close the wrong thing there. All right, there we go. All right, so then slides. I think it's just /MCP, right? Yep. So then let's look at how that is. All right, so bam. Man, yeah. How's everyone doing today? Damn, it's already almost 6. Yeah, the time flies. I really do need to start like streaming earlier in the day, right? It'd be a whole lot cooler if I did. Ooh, but I missed a follow. I'm sorry. Follow that I missed. Lee, comma, Michael. I'm gonna guess Michael Lee. Thank you for the follow. That was 2 hours ago. My bad. Oops. But okay, so right, we get the Get Crackin' MCP in there. Beyond that, we probably want to show some of the tools that we have, right? Or some of the, the apps that we ship. All right, as far as tools, that's less important, but I think the apps are valuable. I don't remember making the screenshot, and I don't think I would have done grok code fast. And why would I be in a .codex directory? I don't remember making that screenshot. I did make this one, though, I think. And I forgot that the icon was in there. That one's probably fine. I probably did these screenshots when I was down at TwitchCon last year. But yeah, I think the apps are the more important bit. And hey, what's up, Ethan? How you doing? Munching hot dogs instead? Nice. What do you put on your hot dogs? No. I think that's actually valid. I tend to eat hot dogs just straight as well. So you're doing them like pocket dog style. What's that even from? That's the League, right? Yeah, that's from League. Rafi pocket dogs. Yeah. He totally just like keeps hot dogs in his pocket. I forgot about that. I need to rewatch the League again, especially now that like fantasy football season's coming up. I forget what was the shirt. Dogs. I always got a dog in my pocket. Yeah, exactly. Rafi bomb. Like, dude, he's absolutely one of the best characters on the show. Okay, so as far as slides go, can I copy the image and paste it into the directory? I can, and then we just rename it. This is Get Kraken status. And Get Kraken graph. All right, so we'll add those to the slides. I don't know if we need to do the whole width 60% thing there. But we can do this and get rid of that. And we may want to make this fact instead. And then instead of Get Kraken MCP, this is status. Oh, but hold on. So then, yeah, we probably do want to go back to statement here. Get Kraken MCP apps. Get status. Let's see how that looks. Yes, and then here border 0 because we already got that. Yep, I like that. So then similar. All right, we got another, and then this one is McGrath. Okay, and then instead of full, maybe we do 80% instead. Just, we want to keep it consistent at least. Yep. Right, and then the whole, like, yeah, we should, like, justify MCP apps, right? So then, yes, we'll go into, like, this section. I don't know if all of that info needs to make it into slides, but we should at least be, like, you know, justifying, like, why are MCP apps valuable and why the information density of HTML matters. So yeah, let me go use the restroom, though. I'll be right back. Yeah, the album's got time. Because, yeah, I gotta pee. Alrighty, and I'm back. So yeah, what is everyone up to? How's it going, Owen? Changing internet provider, they just charged you 100 euros for no reason. Are you sure it wasn't like an installation fee or something? I know a lot of them do some shady stuff like that. paid all that at the start. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. But hold on. So yeah, cool that we get Kimmy K3 now on Olama. But I need to do one thing here. So, number one, yeah, let's fix that. Number two... Alright, so yeah, we should... You know, we can close a bunch of these. But let's get more music going. And yeah. Who do we got around for some gaming tonight? If we're gonna have like a group, I might consider getting like a new Pal World server going. And that could be an option. If it's just gonna be me, I'll probably just, you know, finish up Hell Is Us. Because I think I'm basically getting onto the final act. Did someone mention Pal World server? Yeah, for sure. And we would absolutely like crank a bunch of the sliders to make the game like less of a grind. I'd probably have to go in and figure out like the limit thing again, unless they fix that. Now hold on. Well, I mean, I don't want it to be persistent, and I'm pretty sure I've got enough room. Yeah, I'd have to double check what my gaming PC is. So yeah, I don't know. It's something we'd look at over on the gaming channel. We don't need to go too deep right now. But let me get a few of these closed up. All right, so OpenSpec Explorer. I don't know, man. You should probably at least understand how to use Linux. Even if you're on Windows, you can run Linux in a VM. All right, so yeah, we want to turn Codex loose on exploring that for the moment. And we can use Soul High instead of Soul Medium because there's a reset coming tomorrow anyway. And then, yeah, so while that's going, let's think about what our next slides are. Yeah, all right. So, why MCP apps? Maybe implementation simplicity, or let's do information density. And then palette. Is palette only 1L? I think it is, right? Yeah, I always second guess myself on that one. Did I not see? Ah, hold on. We got a bug. But where? Oh no. I feel like it's got to be a flaw with these. So we can just get... Oh, yeah, it's definitely a flaw with those. I think. Whatever. All right, so why MCP apps? Information density, interactivity. Right, like a single button press can do so much more. Or a single button press could be the result of way more prompting text, as an example. Can represent paragraphs of intent. Yep. I think can is doing a lot of heavy lifting, like whole sentences worth of intent. Yep. Yeah, I like that. think some of the rest of that is maybe less important. But maybe, yeah, maybe it's similar at least for this part. Right, so then this part, this would be more like, let's look at the Carpathy post too. Maybe that's a better screenshot. It is super dense. But maybe we just use the link. I think it's just image. So then, yeah, this screenshot that we got. What is the name of it? Oop. Claude blog HTML. And because that's an image, it goes here in public. Okay, so yeah, that's a good slide for that part. So then moving on past that. So why not MCP apps? Token inefficiency. Oop. Oop. Instead of why not MCP apps? or HTML output. Yeah, so this is shaping up. Yeah, I think our slides are like pretty deep. Right? Like we still need some more polish, you know, like this image, and I could probably remove that. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do like a rough draft of this talk here, just for like to get a feel for the timing, because the talk limit is 25 minutes. There may be some questions that we allow, so if I got like 20 minutes of content, we can like fill the void with some questions from the audience. But yeah, the Starbucks app, the Tubi app, and maybe I want to make those smaller. I think we do. I think we could bump them up to like 70. Oh, I think we could even go 80. Ah, okay. They don't need to be the exact same size. I think that fits. Yeah, I feel like how do we feel about like the overall styling and like aesthetics of these slides? I know some of this could be better, like the long lines of like the paragraph text there. But yeah, in general, like less text is better because I'm going to be speaking to the content that would be here anyway. Ooh. So I think it's going off on a tangent here. I don't think it actually knows what it's talking about. We didn't do a deploy today. So a deploy wouldn't be the thing impacting this. But okay, so continuing along with the slide. Or actually, hold on. Let's double check. So why not MCP apps? Here's another option. Yeah, so far only VS Code, Codex, Desktop, Quad, Desktop. Few others even support MCP. Hold on. Nope. I'm undoing that. I think that's probably better. All right, so A2 UI. Difference between an MCP server and an MCP app. An MCP app is something that an MCP server can serve, right? So the Gitkraken MCP server, right, is capable of doing something like this HTML rendered Git status instead of just raw markdown output. And there's interactivity within this output. You know, you can view the graph directly and launch it out to something like GitLens. You can see like staged, unstaged information in a cleaner way. You can fetch from a remote. You can click a button to do the stage all in commit instead of typing it out or saying it. So MCP apps are a part of the MCP specification, and it's really just interactivity that is built into a response for certain clients. Because not all clients support rendering HTML. Like Claude Code doesn't support rendering HTML because it's just in the terminal, right? Here's another, the commit graph inside of VS Code here, right? This is inside of like the prompt via like the Copilot chat or whatever, and it's able to render this nice clean HTML, which is more information dense than you would get out of just like the raw markdown of it, right? So yeah, information density is a major reason. You know, like interactivity. A single button press can represent multiple sentences worth of intent. And it kind of lines up a little bit with the idea of like the unreasonable effectiveness of HTML output, right? Instead of markdown. Just the information density, interactivity, and, you know, like the fact that you can even do like branding is powerful. So then if you think about other MCP apps that exist in the world, there's one for Starbucks. Inside of ChatGPT, you can install this plugin, and ChatGPT can order you some Starbucks. Now, I haven't done it myself, and I don't know how the payment is wired up or any of that stuff. The process of discovery and some of those things is not nearly as good as like a proper like mobile app. But it doesn't have to be perfect right off the bat. You know, some people hate it, and they point out why it's a worse experience. I think they intentionally made the ChatGPT version a worse experience rather than making it a proper apples-to-apples comparison. Like, number one, they knew exactly where in the app to go. That's a learned experience rather than someone using the app for the first time. They already have their location data in their mobile app as well. So their payment and location data and knowing where to find the thing they wanted makes this, 19 seconds versus 103 a more stark difference. But number two, they don't even have their precise location turned on in the app here, and they ignore it. But also, ChatGPT kind of like flubs the lookup of the Starbucks app. When you just say, I want Starbucks, is it going to opt for the app immediately? No, it actually opts for like just showing you a map instead. But if this was a closer comparison between these two things, I would say the Starbucks app would have to do a search rather than quickly navigating to the place they want, or they'd have to like navigate the list to find the thing they want. And technically, there's some stuff that they could do to make the ChatGPT experience better too. And I think it would be closer to maybe like 30 seconds versus a minute. So it would take twice as long to use the ChatGPT like Starbucks MCP app. But is that something that you need to be like hands-on device doing, or is it something that you could actually just be prompting while you're driving, as an example, right? Like hands-free. Not everything needs to solve every problem, in my opinion. And then just as another example, there's a Tubi MCP app where you're just sitting there in ChatGPT and you're like, hey, Tubi, I want like a highly rated bingeable series, and it'll give you a list and you can click those links and pop it right open. Boom. Now, could you do that same thing and have it like search Tubi and give you like markdown results? Maybe, but this is more information dense by giving you an image, by giving you the category and all that in like a tighter package, giving you the rating. Like all these things are doable, but I would think the MCP app is a slightly enhanced experience by comparison. So in general, think of an MCP app as simply like a denser, more interactive output that an MCP server provides. So they're not that different. It's like a feature of the one. Did that help answer your question? And I think it was a good question, for sure. You may have had the context if you were here previously while I was working on those slides, but I need to get better at explaining these things anyway, so it's good practice. So thanks. Yeah, no worries. It's been in the specs since I believe. Hold on. Let me just double check. I wanted to say April, but no, they've been there since November. Holy shit. And who's given these anonymous subs? Thank you. Hey, we hit our goal. The goal just resets anyway, but appreciate you. Yeah, thanks, anonymous gifter. I'm tempted to blame Alex. Was that you, Alex? You don't have to dox yourself. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I appreciate you. I saw the one earlier. I'm not going to say that name out loud, but I appreciate that anonymous gift too. Maybe not even the same anonymous gifter, and that's okay. Ah. All right. Thank you, anonymous. Thank you for letting me know who it was too. I appreciate that. And yeah, like, anonymous, you can ask questions like that as well. I mean, maybe don't do it immediately, otherwise you'll dox yourself, but yeah. Like, I need questions like this. So as I'm building this thing, if you guys have questions, just let me know. But yeah, okay. So to me, it feels like MCP apps were added around May. And that's when they were actually like, they became a first class extension. But yeah, so now there's this other thing called A2UI. And yeah, one of my favorite parts about just like making content like this, like building talks, etc., is the fact that like it's impossible for everybody to know everything, right? Like it's impossible. So even people who are incredibly knowledgeable and who give fantastic talks themselves, they can still benefit from just hanging out and listening to other people talk about things that they don't have time to research as deeply themselves. All right, we're going to say related instead of somewhat related. I think it's just cleaner that way. But I do think I want to do like a BR here. Yeah. Yeah. Um, oh man. We are going through plenty of water these days. I think that's a good thing. But okay, so yeah, the A2 UI thing. All right, so A2 UI. Oh, not Alliance. Clients. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, there we go. The AI wrote "Goodbye World" in one of your tests as another case of "Hello World." Do you think it's trying to tell you something? AGI achieved? Yeah, exactly, Sir Elfman, right? Like you remember when Nemotron went off the rails and it just started writing like a smut novel? That's the closest to AGI I've ever seen, right? Like, oh yeah, sure, here's your merge conflict resolution, but also check out my book. You know, like, oh, all right. Damn, that's really human. Hmm. AGI achieved. Well, not necessarily that. Like, if your cat could talk, it probably wouldn't be as thrilling of a conversation as you would think. It would basically just be like, food time. Come on, man. Feed me. If you keep fucking with me, I'm gonna scratch you. You know, like, these are things that we can kind of pick up from cats just by looking at their body language anyway. No, I think cats are actually really smart for that. Why hunt when you can have the human go hunt for you and bring back the food? Well, I mean, Brian's a dog. But, like, seriously, Sir Elfman, cats are the only animal that domesticated themselves. We didn't do that. We didn't need to selectively breed them. No. They did it themselves. Like, they made the sound of a kitten sound like a crying baby for a fucking reason. Cats are already smart. Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, everyone else's cat stuck. It's like kids. Yeah. You love your cat. Well, no, I like all cats. I'm a big cat person. No, I like all cats. My bad. What was I thinking? I misspoke. All right, so yeah, front end framework support for A2 UI. Let's double check. All right, A2 UI can be shipped within an MCP server. Like Orion in Men in Black. But Orion isn't a cat with advanced intelligence. Do you remember? I don't think you remember that movie very well. He's just a regular cat. I think you're totally misremembering that movie. Orion is just a regular cat. Yeah, the cat and the pug. Gotcha. Yeah. Totally different thing. I forget the dog's name, though. All right, let's see if this album's any good. I forget. I would lean more on octopi being aliens. So yeah, we are very close to finishing up these slides. And it's only 7 o'clock. So hold on. Oh, so hold on. That could actually be what caused our issue? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So it's actually correct that the move indexing out of start operation could have been a problem. So yeah, we'll let that keep working, and then yeah, we'll keep building. So then, let's create another like section identifier slide. All right, so hold on. Let's see what this said. SQLite writes repeatedly stall for approximately the 5-second busy timeout. Pipeline database containment escalates to persistent recurrence 4. It receives a SIG kill. This was not a normal application exit, right? We restart. Then the startup executes the unconditional hydration quality normalization query for like the 5 minutes. And then it finally finishes. Oh, it could be the killer. Yeah. Uh, and yeah, we can zoom back in for this. Yeah, so an kill absolutely seems like the issue. So yeah, the turbo stream has some kind of kill issue, which we need to address. And yeah, of the hold on, that's Masijo Prod, that's separate. Yeah. We do kind of see like a consistent kill event. I don't think it's the full 4 gig because, like, dude, we only have 4 gigs of RAM total anyway. So that seems weird. All right, so then continuing on our slides, Web MCP. Let's look at that one. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's a bit dense. It's probably like the densest text we have in this entire like talk. And I think maybe I want to put the limitations in like separate slides. And maybe we do the same for these. I want it to be a little more legible. Yep. All right. So we don't even need that. All right, so then that feels pretty good so far. I probably need some like screenshots for the web MCP stuff, but let's at least like get the wrapping up going. Oh. All right, and I think that would probably end up being better as like a cover image thing, right? For the wrapping up. And it's something Kramer. Is it Jeff Kramer? David Kramer. There we go. That's pretty good. Someone just followed. That's what that notification is. And their name, like their labeled name is you. So then Twitter says, you followed you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. YOW. YOU. Yeah, like you, like the person. Not like my epic Rust presentation from back in the day. Anyone remember that? We're going to go through it just because. So yeah, Rust Wasm and you. I mean, and you too. And then yes. What is a you developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. What is a you developer's favorite musical instrument? A ukulele. Where do devs go to learn about you? A university. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. So, right, U is pretty awesome. It's a Rust framework to build user interfaces, but does this mean that it's goodbye to React, Angular, etc.? Well, not for me, because I like to get stuff, I like to just get stuff done and I don't want to rebuild a bunch of libraries. But I can think of at least one developer who's never going to give you up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, this is one of my favorite talks I've ever given. And it was for the Manning Rust conference online during, I want to say like 2021. Six years ago. It must have been 2020 then. Damn, dude. That's a long time ago. Yeah, it was 2020. It was like, yeah, just the beginning of COVID. All right, so yeah, back to some of our slides. Wrapping up, MCP gets a lot of hate. Most people hating misunderstand its purpose. Right? Zieg, David Kramer, is rarely wrong, and he's a big fan of MCP. And then, yeah. Boom. Did it nail it there? Yeah, we should probably just do an image of the MCP website. All right, so this did not do that part right. All right, so then, yeah, thanks, connect with me, and we're saying 10 VW. I think we can say like 40%. Nope, let's do like 30%. So then, yeah, I feel like we've got a pretty solid set of slides here. Should we do like a rough draft just for like a vague version of timing? We got 60 slides in here, man. I think I am going to get rid of... Well, hold on. Let's go all the way to the end real quick. We do want to think about like what our... what our images look like. Yeah, I think we just get rid of these. I don't think we need the self-portrait image. Yeah, I would say this one's good. So, you know, I'll order some food here in a bit, but we can do a rough draft of this and just see how we feel about it. Yeah? Yeah. We'll get music going still through it. I am going to need to set the timer so I don't forget. Let's do an album that is long enough. Yeah. All right, so let's get the stopwatch going. All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining me. My name's Chris, and I'm going to be talking about, are MCP servers dead? Well, if you know anything about Betteridge's law of headlines, any headline that ends in a question mark can be answered by the word no. And that is absolutely applicable to what we're talking about today. MCP servers are not dead. Right? I'm not dead. Anyone who's seen Monty Python? Yeah, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning, but whatever. So why the clickbait title then? Well, because a lot of people think that MCP servers are dead, and I'm trying to correct them. And the worst offenders think that skills are a direct replacement for MCP. They aren't. And we'll dig into why they're not a great direct replacement, but I think first we probably need to dig into what is an MCP server? What is MCP in general? Well, MCP sits as the thing between your AI applications and the data sources and tools that you want to get access to. So just imagine your Claude Code, like locally, your Claude Desktop, LibreChat, Goose, all these things need to maybe interact with a third-party service like Postgres or some database or Git or Sentry. In general, they could wing it and just run commands, but if they have a finite set of things to do via an MCP server, they can do more deterministic things with that MCP server. And it's a bidirectional data flow between these. So you can send data to third parties or you can get data from third parties. It's pretty useful. So there are two types of MCP servers. There's HTTP MCP servers and there's standard IO. HTTP is for like these third-party services like Sentry, like Slack, like whatever. And then there's the standard IO MCP servers, which are more like CLI tools. And, you know, we'll maybe dig into that a bit more. But it's still valuable for a CLI tool or a standard IO MCP server to exist. It maybe is just a little less useful. So when we think about it, though, right, how are they doing this communication? It's over a thing called JSON RPC, which is just, you know, in this case, RPC stands for Remote Procedure Call. And the idea is that you're just simply exchanging JSON between the server and back and doing things based on that, but it's in like a finely structured JSON schema approach to thing. So it knows that all of these like props are going to be there based upon the specification. JSON RPC is the same thing that actually powers the agent client protocol, which is what things like, Kepler from GetKraken or Conductor or T3 code are using to communicate with your harnesses under the hood, like Claude Code, Codex, OpenCode, etc. In general, these protocols are just establishing a finite set of commands and things to do to communicate with other tools rather than just kind of winging it, because we want a little more determinism in this kind of interaction. So yes, if you're familiar with ACP, awesome. If you're not, it would be fun to read up on, but it's a little outside the scope of the talk today. So what can MCP servers do? Well, an MCP server is broadly just a collection of tools, resources, and prompts. Tools are things that the MCP can do, like specific like actions or tasks that they can take. Resources are like documents that they can use for information to, enhance the context of your agent. And prompts are kind of like pre-packaged prompts that you want to be able to just run without having to type out every time. And for certain services, a very specific prompt might be useful, and maybe as a package or a wrapper around multiple tool calls that you want to run. So where can you find MCP servers? There are too many of these. For GetKraken, I had to go and submit to a bunch of these, and we're still working on the Docker one and some others, but the list that I have internally is probably like 10 to 12 different like services. There's the official registry, which we're in, of course. There's the Docker MCP registry, which is different from all of the others because it requires wrapping your thing in a Docker container. There's the awesome list, and I think there's a second awesome list as well. But if you're ever looking for any kind of like library or tool, you should basically just search for GitHub awesome and the thing you're looking for, and you'll get, hopefully it's up to date, a list of a bunch of things related to that topic. And of course, there's one for MCP, but there's one for basically everything. There's an awesome React. There's an awesome whatever. Then there's Llama, integrations.sh. GitHub has their own curated MCP server list. And then there's just too many more. And each major provider even has their own like place to submit your MCP servers. So Codex, Claude, Cursor. Most of them are doing this via like a plugin marketplace. But in general, there are a bunch of places for you to submit your MCP server if you decide to build one, and a bunch of places for you to search for MCP servers if you want to install them into your agents. So, this is the big thing. MCP versus skills. Are they the same thing? No, not even close. But when people do complain about MCP servers, some of their criticisms are actually valid. Number one, MCP pollutes the context window. Right? With an MCP server, when you do a fetch for these skills from the MCP server, the full definition of those skills and the full like text of them sits in your context. So that can actually really pollute your context and make it to where you have less ability to do things with that context window before you start getting context rot. And for skills, right, the difference is skills only load the metadata, right, like the name and, what it's useful for and some of that other stuff, and the description, and then the full like text of the skill is actually hidden away until you call that skill. So, your description has to be really good to make sure that your skill gets automatically called if you want that. But you can also just call skills directly, and you're not going to pollute that context window until you run the skill or until you like call it. So there's definitely something to be said about preserving your context window. But, even if you add a bunch of skills end up being pollution in context as well. So you kind of want to like finely curate when you're adding any of these things. Another valid MCP criticism, they do the same thing. Well, that's partially true, right? Both have resources, and an MCP's prompts is basically the same as a skill's content, right? So yeah, there is a valid criticism there. And one thing to recognize is that standard I/O MCP servers are pretty simple to convert to a skill that calls the CLI and does stuff. So yeah, if people are saying skills and MCP are the same thing, well, with CLI tools, they are a lot more correct than they would be for HTTP. But for HTTP servers, it's a lot trickier to convert to a skill because MCP has a specification around how auth works. So if you're trying to auth to a third-party server, the AI doesn't know how to do that automatically. How could you tell it to do that? Probably using a specification like MCP. So MCP has a spec for auth and even like other elicitations and things that you want to ask the user when using your skill. Another valid MCP criticism, HTTP MCP servers are just REST API wrappers. That's not always the case. I mean, it's somewhat the case in that like an MCP server's tools are probably going to call REST API endpoints, but only the laziest MCP servers out there are directly wrapping a REST API for every method available or every endpoint available. What you should be doing is finally curating workflows for your MCP servers to give as like REST calls to your agent. And there's a really good article. Why is it bad? Yeah, stop converting your REST APIs to MCP. Your auto-generated MCP is bad and you should feel bad. This might seem like a really harsh criticism of people who generate MCP servers, but it turns out it's written by the people that made the most prolific and prominent MCP server generator out there. So they even point out, like, you probably shouldn't use this. It's great for like a first approach. If you're just trying to figure out what would be useful to an agent, you could start by generating an MCP server for your REST API, and then with that MCP server, evaluating what calls are being made consistently and in groups, and then create proper workflows around that. So that kind of analysis would be useful, and it's good for prototyping. But you shouldn't be releasing that to the public. Too many people have, and it's given MCP a bad name. Another valid criticism, MCP servers are a pain to implement. They kind of are. It's very true for the V1 version of the specification. And keep in mind, V1 is a fuzzy term, but there's a newer version of the spec, right? MCP V1 versus V2. Just, a month ago or a couple months ago, when this talk is only given, right? MCP released a version on July 8th. And keep in mind that V1 versus V2 is not an official name for these things because they use date versions for this spec because it's not officially solidified yet. They're still iterating on it. They're still improving on it. But, I may slip up and say V1, V2 or the latest, at least just understand what I mean when I do say that. So the biggest difference between V1 and V2 is stateful versus stateless by default. So V2 is stateless by default, right? Meaning you can add state by giving it custom IDs that are attached to the request response cycles. But anyone here who's ever dealt with scaling backend systems knows that scaling stateless backend systems is far simpler and far easier. So being stateless by default should hopefully open up a lot more possibilities for developers to implement MCP servers in a cleaner, easier to maintain way. Another thing that was added in the V2 spec is this multi-round trip request kind of idea. So it enables a cleaner mid-call user input, such as confirmation or missing a parameter or something, right? The client can just retry the original request with that input required attached to the payload. And then that means that, well, yes, if you want to do a destructive operation through your REST API, do you want the user to confirm that? In GitHub, when you try and delete a repo, it'll ask via a pop-up, hey, are you sure you want to do that? Well, a GitHub MCP server could actually do that same thing now in a very clean and easy way. And also in a stateless way, because it's just a thing attached to the same idempotent request. Another really cool thing is that list results are now cacheable, right? Responses from tools list, prompts list, resources list, and resources read now carry props called TTLMS and cache scope. And that allows clients, right, like Cursor or whatever, to decide how they want to cache these things themselves. And that just reduces the amount of requests over the wire, the time spent doing it, the token spent processing it, etc. And then the biggest part, I think, to the MCP spec, because I've been trying to implement my own MCP server recently, is the authorization stuff. So number one, they hardened authorization, meaning that servers issue an ISS prop on their response and clients must validate that, right? The issuer of the response or of the token needs to be validated by the client on every request. Another interesting thing that changed via, or related to the auth is the dynamic client registry versus the newer client ID metadata documents. So DCR versus CIMD. With DCR, OAuth flow could actually have this redirect URI error, intermittently. If you've ever dealt with an MCP server causing that when you try to auth, that was because of the DCR. Luckily, with CIMD, it further backs up this whole stateless approach to MCP servers. There's no server state, much like, with DCR, the common way to implement the dynamic client registry was having an entirely new table in your database to support registering new clients. And then that data could get stale, and there's a whole bunch of just junk with that, right? And you had to implement registration endpoints for that stuff. Now, the auth just happens via CIMD, which, could be thought of as like a JWT, but there's different metadata attached to it, right? So it's just things that identify the client, and the server can identify that client back and forth in a cleaner way. And then there's actually more auth changes. I just thought those were the most important. If you want to go and read more about the auth changes, there is a link here, but you can just go to the modelcontextprotocol.io blog post and see all the things that they think changed that I probably didn't cover nearly as much as I should have. But all of the deprecations, right? Things that, like the stateless versus stateful, the V1 stuff will still continue to work, at least for the time being, but in the future, in future versions of the MCP specification, those things may be removed. So you should start upgrading your clients, your servers, everything to at least support the new spec as soon as possible. So then, some other new things in the world of MCP, right? Not just the specification changing, but there's other really cool stuff. There's MCP apps. Now, on stream, someone asked me, what is the difference between an MCP server and an MCP app? Well, MCP apps are just delivered by the MCP server. They're, text responses can only go so far. HTML, JavaScript, CSS can get shipped over the wire and give you a really cool, clean interface for something that you want your MCP server to do, or what you want to show to the user. One example is, or the most notable example probably, or at least the first one I remember seeing, was the Starbucks app. The Starbucks app is actually a plugin you can install into the web interface of ChatGPT, and you can have it order you a Starbucks drink. That's pretty cool, right? But there's some criticism around it. In general, the mobile app is going to be faster. I think this person didn't do a proper apples to apples comparison of those, though, because they're using an app they already have installed that they've used before, right? Meanwhile, they're kind of brand new to the Starbucks MCP server, or more new than they would be if they already have this app installed. They've already configured their phone and their app to know their location. They didn't do that for the ChatGPT plugin. And they were able to navigate directly to the drink they were ordering rather than having to search for it or browse for it, which, the MCP server is kind of doing for you on your behalf. So the whole 19 seconds versus 103, I think is hyperbolic on both ends. I would say a more accurate representation would probably be 30 to 40 seconds versus, probably a minute, to a minute 20. I think those ranges are probably a little more accurate. But, this is Twitter. Of course, nuance on Twitter doesn't exist, and people will do things for hyperbole just for the sake of clicks, right? Duh. Another MCP server that's pretty cool, Tubi. If you haven't heard of Tubi, it's just a free, Netflix alternative kind of thing, ad supported, but pretty cool. And you can watch all sorts of fun movies and TV shows on it. If you wanted to ask an agent, hey, what's a cool, highly rated, bingeable series? Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure ChatGPT without this plugin could give you some options, but it wouldn't have the images. and the information density would be a lot more. So you'd have to like read a lot more text instead of being able to like scan and understand this stuff better. And then the MCP server I really want to talk about is the one from GitKraken. We have our MCP server and we have MCP apps that we ship with it. Our MCP server is there to provide value for not just Git operations, but any of the integrations that GitKraken offers anyway, such as Jira, Trello, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps. To install all of those separate MCP servers would be a huge hassle, wouldn't it? When instead you could just use the GitKraken MCP server to abstract those things out. I think it has value. But also, right, GitKraken is known for its like Git GUI, so we can employ some of our Git GUI expertise in building a more information-dense Git status, right? So here's a Git status MCP tool, or MCP app. Here's a commit graph MCP app. The commit graph is like our biggest feature, right? The thing people love the most about GitKraken Desktop. Pretty awesome, right? So why MCP apps? Well, like I just said, information density. HTML can handle complex data structures, layout grids, inline SVGs, images, and color palettes in a way that your text is not going to do, right? Interactivity. A single button press can represent multiple sentences or even paragraphs worth of intent. One button press could be, you know, a bunch of prompting, and all that prompting, the more you type, the more you say, you know, via voice to text, the more you could confuse things, when instead a button has a very specific intent. And this kind of lines up with, you know, this Claude Code blog post, you know, the unreasonable effectiveness of HTML, information density, right? Token inefficiency is one reason why these things might not be as useful, because it's HTML, JavaScript, CSS over the wire into your output. You know, HTML output is roughly 2 to 4 times more tokens and takes longer to generate than Markdown itself. Another thing that's kind of not great, git and diff noise. You know, tracking changes in nested HTML tags through version control systems like Git is way worse than just tracking simple text differences in Markdown docs. So if you're going to be committing, you know, the output of an agent for documentation purposes, you're probably better off using Markdown. And then, yeah, HTML is not for machine consumption. Markdown remains far superior if you're going to have another agent consume something that you outputted later. So putting your docs into, like your reusable docs, into things that you want an agent to use, Markdown's still going to win with that. Looks like I duplicated that. We'll have to fix it, but that's fine. And then finally, limited client support. So far, only VS Code, Codex Desktop, Claude Desktop, and maybe a few other like desktop apps support MCP app rendering. Because how would Claude Code on the CLI, or Codex, or OpenCode even render HTML to your terminal? That just wouldn't work, right? Like, that's just crazy. So, somewhat related to MCP apps is this thing called A2UI. And it's UI agnostic because it's just JSON over the wire. And the other big difference is it's just other people creating it. But one thing to recognize is that A2UI isn't a direct competitor to MCP, like servers, because an MCP server can ship A2UI as well. So theoretically, OpenCode or Codex or Claude Code on the CLI could support A2UI, and your application, right, your MCP app could ship A2UI instead, and this would render in any surface as long as it has a compatible renderer. So one thing to remember, again, limited client support, right? Supported clients are LangGraph, ADK, Strands, Slack, and Google Chat, at least according to what I saw. Front-end framework support, like the thing doing the rendering, well, that's just Angular, React Vue and Angular via Copilot Kit, or Flutter and Lit web components. But all of these things are things that the client that you're using, they have to actually have an informed way of why and how they do that, right? And then finally, yes, another really cool new thing out in the world is WebMCP, not to be confused with webmcp.dev. That's just some other thing that is unrelated. So if you search for WebMCP, make sure you're finding the right one. But in general, WebMCP versus MCP. Is it a replacement? No, it's not even an extension or replacement of MCP. A good analogy might be the difference between a company's customer service call center and an in-store expert, right? Your call center is more of a back-endy kind of thing, and the in-store expert is the thing that lives on your, like at your store or on your website. So MCP is available anywhere to anyone. Any client that supports MCP can call it, regardless of how it renders. WebMCP is specifically available to your website, right? So websites are typically human UI, and machines don't understand that as well, whereas WebMCP helps agents better understand your UI and how to use it. But it has some limitations. So number one, headless browsing scenarios. It might be possible to make it work, but it's not what it's designed for. It's designed for local browser workflows using something like Codex Desktop or ChatGPT Desktop or whatever, right? With a human in the loop. But you can still have it prompt a website and do things in a way that is cleaner. Another limitation, overhead for complex interfaces. You may need to refactor or add JavaScript to handle application and interface state. There's going to be stuff that you need to do to make WebMCP actually usable to agents like, ChatGPT Desktop. And then finally, tool discoverability. An agent or your desktop app, right, ChatGPT, doesn't know if there is WebMCP supported on your website until it visits it. So that means that there is some inherent thing that you got to push the agent to do to check, and then maybe it can do this stuff. But it is pretty interesting that, you could save yourself the effort of doing a full-on proper MCP server that does auth and all those things, and instead just build a web MCP server that, you're already logged into with your local browser, and then ChatGPT just uses that same session to manipulate the UI and do things on your behalf. So it's still useful, and I still think it's probably worth doing. Because the big difference is, do you want to build a chat interface into your own application, or do you want to have ChatGPT be the chat interface and you're just providing it extra powers, So wrapping up, and we're already at 24 minutes, so I'm going to have to talk faster through some parts. MCP gets a lot of hate, but I think most people hating it misunderstand what its purpose is. And I think, Zieg, David Kramer, is rarely wrong. He's a big fan of MCP. And, there's very good reasons. I think he's probably tired of arguing with people on Twitter about it. But if you are interested in good takes about MCP, I suggest following David Kramer. And Sentry is an awesome piece of software, so you should do that anyway, even if you don't care about MCP. So now, what are your next steps? You should probably check out the docs. It's really informative. You can see the whole specification. You can see extensions to it, like MCP apps. You can see all this stuff. And reading up on it, I just regurgitated a bunch of it, but you can get way more information by going straight to the horse's mouth or whatever the term is, right? So, thank you. I appreciate y'all letting me speak about this today. If you want to connect with me, please scan this QR code. And if we have a couple minutes, are there any questions? And this is for y'all. Do y'all got any questions? Anything that I could improve about the talk? I feel like the flow went pretty good. We segued from section to section pretty well. And in general, when I do these talks, I talk way faster anyway. So this 25, 26 minutes we just did, dude, it's going to be 20, and I'm going to have room for questions. So yeah, if you guys have any thoughts, any criticisms, critiques, design considerations, now's your time. What could I make better? Bueller. But yeah, I feel like that went well. That's a solid presentation. It made you think of a small tool, but maybe more complex than you would care for. So wait, what does that mean? Context-wise? Oh, an overlay timer. No. So K Martinez, I actually built something like that not built, I prototyped it, and the creator of SlyDev like even mentioned, hold on, let's just go to the repo. Let's see, can we search split? Timed auto advancement? Ooh, that would be cool. Maybe I did it as a PR? Yeah. So yeah, I actually created a draft PR for something like that, where my thought was basically to have not just an overlay timer, but you would then have metadata to each slide. And that metadata would have like where you should be by this slide, like what time you are thinking, and then it would have your delta either like over or under. And the creator was even like, dude, this is awesome. But, you know, they have their own opinion about how they want to do it. Yeah, I totally get the idea. Yep. But, yeah, they had their own like opinion about how they wanted to do it. And, you know, Aunt Fu is a way better dev than I am. So I totally get it. Like, way better dev than me. But yeah, definitely something that I've considered because I do talk like way too fast when I'm like up there. I get that adrenaline in me and, you know, I get all antsy in my pantsy. But yeah, what's up, Beefalos? How you doing? Oh, we are out of water. What is the edge that SlideEv provides? So what do you use for slides right now? Are you using a Markdown to slide presentation tool? To a degree, Beefalos. We were building a slide presentation, and the slide presentation was about MCP servers. Are MCP servers dead? And we just finished our slides, and we just finished a like a first run through, like a practice presentation version, and I think I fucking nailed it. Okay, so that makes sense, K Martinez. There are other Markdown to slide presentation tools. They exist. There's Reveal.js. There's a shitload of them. The thing SlideEv does is it gives you the ability, number one, like you write it in, you know, in standard, just like Markdown, but you have the option of like metadata for each slide, like the layout. And you can create custom layouts and custom themes. Like the theming is really powerful, right? So if we look here in theme, yeah, we could create our own custom layouts. There's the standards that exist. There's a bunch of them, but we could actually customize it, and it's just a view component to do so, which is pretty cool. SlideEv is written in Vue. So yeah, one thing is that since SlideEv is written in Vue, it means you can embed interactive Vue components directly in it, which is pretty fucking powerful. And that's way easier to do than something like Reveal.js, right? Trying to embed like a React or a Vue component into Reveal.js is a lot more of a headache these days. So yeah, like if you're curious about SlideEv, I would simply recommend going to their website and checking it out, like why SlideEv, because they got a whole page for it. But yeah, Markdown-based, dev-friendly, themable. It's fast, interactive, and expressive, so you can even embed Monaco stuff, right? So you can do live coding in your presentation without even leaving, like, SlideEv. There's recording built in, which I haven't even considered or used yet. It's portable, right? So you could export to a PDF or a PPTX or PNGs or even just like a single-page application and upload it to whatever. And it's hackable because it's web-based. Well, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want, man. And you can customize it. So pretty powerful. Right? You can configure the highlighter, the Uno CSS stuff, right? And if you've looked at how I build my slides, you know, just like with any markdown-based tool, you can do generic like HTML in there, but the integration with something like Uno CSS means that you don't have to do crazy custom, like, you know, CSS class names for like basic customization. Does it support WebGPU? Not that I know of, but it looks like you could probably add it yourself if you wanted. Like, it's open source. You can always hack on it. But I would think, technically, if you could put it into, like, you know, a shader, you could put that shader into a view component, and then boom, you're done. I don't even think you need to make like a crazy fork or customization. It could just be part of a theme. Canvon? I'm good on it. Seems useful for some stuff. I don't think I would find a use for it, though. All right, so then K. Martinez. Yeah, so K. Martinez, sure, we could add those icons, but someone could just scan the thing and get all of that too, because it just redirects to cmgriffing.com, and that has all of these things anyway. But maybe that's just something that I say out loud, right? You can connect with me on Blue Sky, Twitch, Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, wherever, right? Give me a follow on Twitch or YouTube, whatever, and it's through this QR code. Boom, done, right? And thank you for the Prime sub there, Scion. Appreciate you. No. Twitch has had some form of like a programming category for at least a decade. There used to be a programming category specifically, and it was like a subcategory of creative. And then they lumped us all into science and technology. And then at one point they split out software and game dev from science and technology, which was awesome. And then Gouda, I must have missed your comment about the HTML. Let me try and find it. You joined midway, one note saying HTML isn't for machine consumption could be phrased differently. Yeah, sure. I think that's fine. I think saying that is fine as long as I have a follow-up comment. Okay. That's not bad feedback. That's a good one. I like that. Let's see if we can add that nice and easy. Yeah, I like that. And I think it's better than just like my photo. So yeah, that's a good call. And hell yeah, hype train. All right, so I'll call this socials. We'll put it over in public. And then over here for slides, let's do some more music. All right, let's see how that turned out. No, I get it. I totally get you. All right, so let's do that a bit better. It's fine, dude. I get you, K. Martinez. I'm already doing it. Chill. Just relax, man. It's all right. I got you. I got you. All right, so then there we go. And I think I remembered, I just now noticed when we were looking at the image there, this is absolutely why I picked the cow. People always ask why the cow, and I don't remember what I was doing. I think I was just like searching randomly on Unsplash for some image, but I saw the 42 on its tag. And I think that sold me on it. Yeah, exactly. Why the cow? I don't know, but it's got 42 on it, so it's got to be good. So yeah, good feedback. I think thanks, connect with me. That is solid. Maybe we can make that just a little smaller. I don't know. A Bart Simpson reference? What would be the Bart Simpson reference? I am unfamiliar. But it is 8 o'clock, and I am getting hungry. I'm going to order some Indian food for sure. Oh, don't have a cow, dude. There you go. Give me a moment. Let me at least, like, get the food going. Bombay Bistro. They're gonna make me sign in. How dare they? Have I tried Choicer Voicer? I have not. Get some dumplings? Ooh, dumplings do sound good. All right, where are my papadoms at? All right, boom. So wait, Choicer Voicer. Yeah, I've never even heard of it. But yeah, I do some good impressions. Thanks. So yeah, I'm gonna get me some Indian food. Who is streaming right now? We see Howling AF. He's awesome. Jacked Dev Saturday Night AI Research. Yeah, let's go do that. Yeah, let's go do that. We haven't rated them in a while. Meme type of games to pop off on socials of the how good of a VA do you think you are? Oh, I'm a fantastic voice actor. But I'm bad at impressions. I'm a better mimic. Like if I hear a voice, I can do a much better like impression of it than if I just tried to do it out of my own head. It's like if you've ever seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine, there's a bit where like Jake Peralta needs to like get into the mindset of Captain Holt. And he has like a key phrase, and it's like Peralta, that's enough. I'm walking, blah blah blah. And then he starts like getting out of it. He's like, oh no, okay, hold on, let me get back in. Peralta, that's enough. Like, I don't know, it's really good. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's a really good bit. So yeah, thank you all for chilling. We had a great day today. Awesome viewership, awesome like conversations. We didn't go too far off the rails. Everyone on the Twitter and the YouTube, I will bid you farewell first. So later Twitter, later